color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So if it's red, blue, pink, purple, doesn't matter. Get it hot enough, it's going to glow orange. I believe the shapes that we're making right now are the ones drawn on the floor in chalk by that steel table. Over on the far left, Sayuri in the black shirt and gray shorts. She's starting the next sculpture. Um, we're kind of more interested in the educational aspect. So if we have too many things going on, it's hard for people watching it to tell what's what. So usually we have one project at a time, sometimes two. So where Eden is in the white t-shirt, that's the glass furnace. The round ovens with the doors open, those are called glory holes. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Well, we dip the pipe into the glass. We got a limit. We can blow it up like a balloon, and we can flatten it with wooden paddles. We can cut it with scissors. We can grab it with tweezers and stretch it. So we have to shape it with tools because it's too hot to touch with your hands. So if you watch Sayuri over to the right of center, she's dipping into our big tank of molten glass. Take it over to her workbench, and she's going to shape the glass using a tool called the block. So the bubble that Sayuri is working on is a dark red. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. When it cools off, it'll be a dark red. Sayuri's going to let that cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to put more clear glass on top of that. Each time we dip into the furnace, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So if we want to make something big, we have to build it up in layers. Sayuri sitting down, shaping the glass with a tool called the block. The blocks are made out of wood. They're stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Can we put up some? We can't put up anything. Gabe is making what's called the punty. We're going to use it. We're going to blow the shape on the pipe, and we need so the top of the object will be connected to the pipe. So we need to grab it from the bottom and break it away from the original pipe so we can shape the top. And so the punty is the thing that we're going to grab it with. It's not part of the sculpture. Yes. When that cools down, right now you're seeing that orange glow from the heat. Did you ever look inside a toaster when it's on? Or do you have an electric oven in your guys' house? You do? Okay. Well, look at the oven when you go home. When your mom turns it on, it gets hot and it glows orange. When you turn it off, it cools down, it goes back to being gray. So the glass works the same way. But now, that's not part of it. That's just to hold it. Over to the right, Eric, tall guy in the black shirt. He's going to put some more glass on that bubble. So from this point on, all the action will be at the center workbench. Eric is taking the glass over to the pipe cooler. Every once in a while, these steel pipes get hot. When they do, we take them over there. We've got a little metal trough. We lay the steel pipe in the metal trough, and we spray water on it to cool it down. Over here on the table, you can see some of the things that we made for Mr. Gregory earlier in the week. So the person sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass, making it bigger like a balloon, while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. So now Ben is squeezing the glass and making a little notch there. As Ben shapes the glass, his assistant holds two wooden paddles in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. So the man seated to the left of the workbench, that's Gabe. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing while Ben, the man sitting at the workbench, shapes it with a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So that pad in Ben's hand is just regular, everyday newspaper. The round oven that we're heating up in is called a hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees. Blow up a big ball, grab it from the bottom, and spread the top out. When Ben holds the glass at an angle like that, the glass is soft, and the bubble will stretch under its own weight, become a little longer. have any questions? Most of the things that color glass are usually metals. To make a black, you use cobalt, manganese, nickel, and iron. We put up some of the artwork by Mr. Gregory. If you look up on the big screen, these are some sculptures by our guest artist, Rogan Gregory. He's very interested in kind of organic, soft, uh, biological forms. He makes them in a variety of materials. He makes them in gypsum, clay, bronze, and today he's working with us making similar forms in glass. The folks who are making the glass itself are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They're very skilled professional glass blowers. They work for the museum. The man leading the team is Ben Cobb. He's the man sitting at the workbench. He's the head of our glass shop. The tall guy in the dark gray shirt, that's Eric Wall. The woman in the white t-shirt is Eden Gibbons. Sayuri Fukuda in the gray shorts and black shirt. Gabe Feenan seated to the left. And our guest artist sitting on the steel table, Rogan Gregory. How often do we have a guest artist? I don't know. We have about 30 guest artists over a period of a year. So there's 50 weeks, 52 weeks in a year.
So the rest of the crew, are they all artists and do they do work also here?
They're artists, but when they're here, they're making the stuff for the museum, not for themselves. They're not making their own work here. What? They do, but not when on the museum time.
If you work at the museum, it's for the museum. Do you assign them a project and
I don't assign anything. I'm just a tour guide.
they just do it?
That's right. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just that part of the glass extra hot and extra soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. So Ben, sitting at the bench, is squeezing it with the newspaper. Sayuri, standing up, is holding a wooden paddle against the bottom to make it nice and flat. So that bubble that they're working on now is a dark, transparent red. So Mr. Gregory likes a kind of crusty exterior. So we're going to melt on some of those pieces of glass that are warming up on the uh, hot plate. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So before we stick those little chunks of glass on, we have to heat them up. The torch in Ben's hand is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It allows us to get one small area of the glass hot very quickly. The glass that's wrapped around the end of the steel pipe, that's called the moil, and that's fairly fragile. We have to keep it hot. If we let it get too cold, it'll crack. So every once in a while, you'll see one of the glass blowers take a torch and warm up that little glass that's wrapped around the end of the pipe. For those of you who came in a little later, I'm going to just give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So the furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed, and up on the big screen, you can see what they look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something large, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden. Then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes have no glass in them. You can see a diagram up on the big screen. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Both the glass furnaces and the glory holes run on natural gas and forced air. So now Eric's going around the corner to our powder booth. We're going to sift on some powdered colored glass to the surface and melt it on. When we sift on the powdered colored glass, we have to do it in a ventilated booth so we don't breathe the dust. After we sift it on what we need to, we go back to the glory hole and melt it on. We're ready to take it off. We'll take some tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break, and give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. In this case, we're going to grab it with another steel pole, which will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. We're going to. Do we have a camera in the powder booth? Going around the corner to the powder booth. And we're sifting on two kinds of things. We're sifting on powdered colored glass, and we're also sifting on a, a powdery substance called scavo, which makes a kind of crusty, uh, antique look. Usually, when we're sifting powders on, uh, we have to use several coats to get a nice solid color. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Mr. Gregory, our guest artist, Rogan Gregory, he likes a good crusty surface, so we're crusting it up for him. Does anybody have any questions? The artist that we're working with today is Rogan Gregory. He's the man sitting on the steel table. He's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make his designs. Mr. Gregory is not a glassmaker. He's a sculptor. He doesn't blow glass himself, but he's designed some things to be made out of glass, and we're making them. Okay, I'm going to call is up there. We can call him and see if he knows what it is. Nicole, is there a video for Mr. Gregory? They say they had one yesterday. You know anything about it or where it is? Okay. So now we've grabbed it from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. One of the tricky parts of this is to keep everything hot all at once. The smaller and thinner parts cool quicker. The thicker, heavier parts hold the heat for longer. So a lot of times you'll see us using the torches to compensate for that difference in temperature. Does anybody have any questions? How long is it going to be in the annealing oven? Probably a day or so. So Gabe can control how much of the piece gets hot by how far he sticks it into that oven, the glory hole. Right now we're concentrating the heat on the very top, and we're going to thin that out and do a little shaping. Ben's going to take those crimps and stretch out the glass a little bit where it's thick. Once he's got it stretched to the proper thinness, we'll trim that off. We'll make a little notch where we want to break it off. So now Ben in the center. He's got a pair of shears. He's going to cut off that thick glass. No, not the shears. He's going to use the jacks, and then I think we're just going to bonk it off. We're just going to chill it with the jacks. And give it a little whack, and off the gnarly part will come. And squeezing the glass with the jacks, those metal tongs. And we'll bust off that little gnarly part. We have a little video. We can show you some of Mr. Gregory's work. Can we play the video?
In nature, there is a truth in the form. The rationale is what works best biologically. The way a tree grows is kind of where it finds the light. That's art. What to me is the human part, or the rational side, is a grid. There's a convention of what a design and furniture is supposed to look like. That is a more contemporary kind of notion. We live in a rectilinear world with flat surfaces, 2x4s and plywood and bricks like define every space. So when you see something that is curved or is asymmetrical, it seems out of place almost, or unfamiliar. But I would argue that we evolved over hundreds of thousands of years with round and asymmetrical and biological biomorphic forms. There's a familiar feeling that you get, maybe even unconscious primitive mind resonance that I like to think the work has. It might set you at ease, or you might get some emotional response from it. There's that early morning state between kind of sleep and wakefulness that is, where you're almost there, but you're not quite thinking clearly. That's where I think good ideas come from. Elysian Dream is a collection of objects that are important to me. They're an evolution of my body of work so far. The palette, or lack thereof, that I choose is either I go dark or light. In nature, there is an evolutionary reason for color, and color is to attract attention. I'm not using that mechanism in my work. I encourage people to meditate on the form and the sculptural part of the object as opposed to the color. But when I make that table, obviously you have to have a flat spot to put something, because that's the convention, but the outline of it does not have to be. In fact, it's, to me, much easier to use if it's conformed to our bodies, which are not square. If it's a bed, corners make no sense at all, because if you're in a place where you're trying to sleep or you're trying to relax, why would you have points or corners or edges? Architecture, and the reason we build houses, is to insulate us from the elements. In the past, it was fight nature. We have to subdue it because it's scary. I feel the opposite. I feel like now we've come to this juncture where it's dangerous because we're living in this sterile, rectilinear environment. We need to accept nature. There's gonna be a newfound appreciation of just need to live the way we've been living for the past 300,000 years.
Gabe, the man with the glass, is going around the corner to our powder booth. Whenever we work with powdered substances, we do it in a ventilated booth so that we don't have to breathe the glass dust. We're sifting on both uh, powdered colored glass, but also a mixture called scavo, which is used mainly to make things look kind of antique, like they were just dug up. So it stays on the surface and it produces a kind of off-white, crusty texture. Usually, when we powder something, we have to go back several times to get a good solid coating. Right now, you're looking at a camera. If you look on the big screen, inside our powder booth. While we're applying the powder, we have to be very careful about the glass that's wrapped around the end of the steel pipe. That glass is fragile. If it's allowed to get too cold, the glass will crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. So you notice periodically we'll take a torch and just warm up that glass wrapped around the end of the pipe. Gabe's going around the corner to our powder booth. This time, I think they're sifting on some of that scavo, that powder that's we use to make something look kind of antique, like it was dug up from an archaeological dig. After we sift stuff on to the surface, we have to go back to the glory hole, the round furnace, and melt it on. Make sure it's physically stuck to the surface. So we're sifting the scavo, the white powder, onto the surface. We'll go back to the glory hole, melt it on, make sure it's stuck. Does anybody have any questions? Well, I don't know. I would say it's probably 15 pounds, maybe, but it's way out on the end of that pole, so it feels like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. So it doesn't weigh that much on a scale, but the way it feels is different. So this powder called Scavo, SCAVO, was originally used to make things look, to make sort of fake antiques. If you came in a little later, we're working with our guest artist, Rogan Gregory. Mr. Gregory lives and works in Los Angeles. He works in a variety of materials. He's not a glass maker by trade, so everything we're making today is his design, but the design is being executed by our resident team of glass blowers. So believe it or not, that sculpture is red. The color that you're seeing is distorted by the heat. When red is kind of hot, not very hot, it almost appears black. And when it cools off, it'll be a dark red. So we're almost done. The reason I know that is I look to the right and I see Sayuri putting on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly over a day or so. Almost everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing, and it takes all the stress out of the glass. The thicker something is, the longer we take to anneal it. This, I think, will probably just be maybe a day. Over on the right, Sayuri has put on a Kevlar jacket and Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. In order to get that off the metal rod, we'll take our tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Anybody have any questions? Here we go. We're dripping the water on that joint. Give the pipe a tap, and off it should come. Over to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly over a day or so. So let's have a hand for Rogan Gregory and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Anybody have any questions? You guys have any questions? Nope. What?
Do they ever shatter at it when they're almost ready to drop them?
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
So, I mean, if you hit to separate it, sometimes they shatter.
Sometimes they fall off prematurely. That's usually what.
Yeah, you watch it on the end and you think it's going to go. I suppose that's the skill. What do you do if it starts
What?
to...
What do you do if it falls off there?
If
You
it
make
starts-
another one.
You can't fix it. No.
I suppose that's the art and the skill.
Yeah, you can't fix it.
It's amazing.
So over on the left, we're doing what's called a color overlay. This is the beginning of making the next sculpture. All the glass in the furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass separately, and we coat our clear bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video, show you how that's done. Could we play color overlay? Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So right now, over on the left, Sayuri Fukuda, is letting that bubble cool and stiffen before we dip it into our big tank of clear glass and coat it. Each time we dip it in and coat the surface, it's called taking a gather, Gather. When we dip it in and coat it, only a certain amount will stick. So if we need a lot of glass, we have to dip it in several times to get enough glass to make what we're making. Time is it? Yes. We started at 10. What time it is now? Okay, so that was about an hour and 45 minutes. Foot and stuff, or just give no foot? Consider this a vase or no? So over on the far left, Sayuri is beginning the bubble for the next vase. It's going to be similar, not the same, but similar to the one we just made. Sayuri's taking the pipe over to the pipe cooler, the T-shaped steel trough. We lay our pipe in the trough and spray water on it, cool the pipe down, make it easier to hold. Sayuri will hang out for a little bit and let that bubble cool and stiffen. When she feels it's stiff enough, we'll go over to the furnace and coat it with more clear glass. Behind that door is a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? The glass that Sayuri added is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Sayuri's going over to the pipe cooler. You just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. The weight is way out on the end of that pole, so the higher up we can grab it, the better leverage we get.
She's using wood or metal? The pan to shape.
That scoop-shaped tool?
Yeah.
It's wood.
Wood.
It's stored in a bucket of water. Oh, you can see here. The 5-gallon buckets, those are water. And we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty, but we want the wood to be damp so it doesn't burn. bubble that Sayuri's creating is red. It's a dark red. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. What is the point of rolling it? To keep it on center? The glass is softer than it looks. If we stop turning it, the glass will start to sag. So in the center, that's Ben Cobb, head of our glass shop. He's shaping the glass with a tool called the block. The block is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Right now, that bubble is hollow. It's quite thick. And we're going to blow it up like a balloon and shape it. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Is that all completed? Yes. Well, it's in the annealing oven where it has to cool very slowly. Eric standing at the glory hole, the round furnace. He's heating the glass up, making it nice and soft, and he'll bring it to Ben at the center workbench. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Gabe. He's the guy that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through the steel tube and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So now Gabe is blowing. Eric's helped turning the pipe. Sayuri is shielding Ben's arm with those wooden paddles to shield him from the heat. And Ben is shaping the glass. And that gray, beat up looking pad in his hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. We put up the newspaper photo. If you look up on the big screen, on the table, there's a brand new newspaper that's never been used, and then sitting on top of it is one that's been used for a while. Does anybody have any questions? Can we put up how hot is it? So if you're interested in the temperatures of the different machines, the glass furnaces are 2100, 1150 Celsius. The glory holes, the round ones, are about 2300, which is about 1260 Celsius. The annealers, the big black ovens, where we cool it off where we're done, those are 925 or 496, about 500 Celsius. And the garage is 800 on one side and 1,000 on the other. So right now in the center, Ben is squeezing the glass and making a sharp notch in it. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. have a little video where Mr. Gregory, Rogan Gregory, talks about his work and his inspiration. Could we play the Gregory video?
In nature, there is a truth in the form. The rationale is what works best biologically. The way a tree grows is kind of where it finds the light. That's art. What to me is the human part, or the rational side, is a grid. There's a convention of what a design and furniture is supposed to look like. That is a more contemporary kind of notion. We live in a rectilinear world with flat surfaces. 2x4s and plywood and bricks like define every space. So when you see something that is curved or is asymmetrical, you know, it seems out of place almost, or unfamiliar. But I would argue that, you know, we evolved over hundreds of thousands of years with round and asymmetrical and biological biomorphic forms. There's a familiar feeling that you get, maybe even unconscious primitive mind resonance that I like to think the work has. It might set you at ease, or, you know, you might get some emotional response from it. There's that early morning state between kind of sleep and wakefulness that is, you know, where you're almost there, but you're not quite thinking clearly. That's where I think good ideas come from. Elysian Dream is a collection of objects that are important to me. They're an evolution of my body of work so far. The palette, or lack thereof, that I choose is either I go dark or light. In nature, there is an evolutionary reason for color, and color is to attract attention. I'm not using that mechanism in my work. I encourage people to meditate on the form and the sculptural part of the object as opposed to the color. But when I make that table, you know, obviously you have to have a flat spot to put something, because that's the convention, but the outline of it does not have to be. In fact, it's, to me, much easier to use if it's conformed to our bodies, which are not square. If it's a bed, you know, corners make no sense at all, because, you know, if you're in a place where you're trying to sleep or you're trying to relax, why would you have points or corners or edges? Architecture, and the reason we build houses, is to insulate us from the elements. In the past, it was fight nature. You know, we have to subdue it because it's scary. I feel the opposite. I feel like now we've come to this juncture where we have to, it's dangerous because we're living in this sterile, rectilinear environment. We need to accept nature. There's gonna be a newfound appreciation of, or just need to live the way we've been living for the past 300,000 years.
So now Ben is leaning on the foot of his vase. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. Working with glass, in some sense, is like working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. The work spins, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. Most of Mr. Gregory's work is made out of things like plaster, clay, bronze. Um, he does make some things out of glass, but not a lot. Mr. Gregory is not a glass maker himself, so when he wants to make something out of glass, he designs it and then he hires glass people to make it. In this case, he's our guest artist all this week from Wednesday through Sunday. We don't pay him, he doesn't pay us. He'll leave two pieces, one for our museum collection and one for the annual auction. Everything else he takes home. Say what? Yes, that's him over there, sitting on the steel table. Yes. Well, most of the things, he was asking whether he makes the things. Most of the things he makes himself. But when he's working with glass, he's not a glass maker, so he designs it and works with a team of glass blowers to make it. But most of his sculpture, he makes everything himself. The white powder that's on the surface is called scavo, and it was originally formulated to make things look antique, to look like something that was just dug up. Yeah, he lives and works in Los Angeles. Uh, the gallery that made that video for him, that distributes his work, is called Oren Company, and that's in New York City. Anybody have any questions? So Gabe, sitting to the left, is blowing. Ben Cobb, sitting at the center workbench, is shaping the glass. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely do it alone. So we've assembled a team with our Museum of glass blowers. We have Ben Cobb sitting on the steel table with his back to us. Next to him, Sayuri Fukuda. Next to her is Rogan Gregory, our guest artist. In the white T-shirt is Eden Gibbons. Eden is our intern. Eric Wall is a local glass blower we've brought in to help with this team. And sitting to the left of the workbench is Gabe Feenan, another one of our Museum of glass blowers. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. How heavy is that? Oh, I'm bad at, I'd say 16, 18 pounds, maybe. Another 10 for the steel pole that's on. Mr. Gregory gathers a lot of his inspiration from nature, and so these little we call them shards that are melted onto the surface are kind of symbolize some natural growth on the side of an object, like lichen on a stone or on a tree. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? You can always have questions. Yes. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no difference. These are just two workstations. Well, because um, going into the powder booth to sift colored glass on it, and that one is nearer. Well, with the sifting of the powdered colored glass, we're sifting two kinds of things on: powdered colored glass and also this white dusty stuff called scavo. Uh, well, no, I think it was the first time he's done it. Was coming here. Um, he wants these things to look sort of like you might have dug them up in some archaeological dig or something. So you want some kind of crusty and textured. This part gets cut off. The little clear part. That's not part of the sculpture. That was just there. There's a clear part. That was just there to hold it temporarily while we were working on it. No, no. Everything we make has to be cooled slowly over a day or so. So anything that's out here today was not made today. Yes, he has his own studio, but not a glass studio. What? Can we put up some of Mr. Gregory's artwork? We have some photos. So there he is in his studio. So he's, see, that's more typically. Yeah, he makes a lot of sculptural slash functional objects. So it might be a vase or a lamp. But when he works in glass, uh, he has to work with someone who has a glass studio and glass workers. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? So, our guest artist today is Rogan Gregory. He's working with our resident team of glass blowers to execute his designs. Right now, the sculptural vase is attached to the metal pipe by the top. We're going to transfer it to a steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Over on the right, Gabe is making the punty. So the glass on the end of that steel pipe is not part of the sculpture. It's just there temporarily to hold it while we shape it. Sort of. There's some chalk on the floor. Yes. Yes. Were you asking me a question, or I thought I saw your hand raised? So we've attached the punty to the bottom. When that bond is stiff enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. Ooh. Ooh. So let's have a big hand for Gabe for saving that guy. That stuff is tricky when it's wobbling around like that. Does anybody have any questions over here, this side? Yes. You turn fast enough to keep it on center. If you turn too slowly, the thing will sag and go like this. As long as you turn it just fast enough so that it keeps falling on center. And you can feel it in the pipe. We're going to be shaping the very top. So we're concentrating the heat with the torch on the top. It's usually quite thick there. We'll probably stretch it out a little bit to thin the glass at the top. Yeah, well, it depends on how famous you are. If I paint a sunflower at $50, Van Gogh paints it on 536. Okay, those go for maybe 30, $40,000 because it really rusts a lot. Any relationship between here and Corning? Just that we're friends. Friends. No, not really. I mean, we don't really compete directly with them in anything. We're on the other side of the country. Corning's a very, it's a fabulous museum. Well, Corning Museum of Glass started in the 1950s. This started in 2002. Yes. Um, I'm not really actually sure. I mean, there was a financier by the name of George Russell who put up some of the money, and I'm not sure how they raised the rest of the money. Yes, it was built from scratch for this purpose. Well, he was asking me about leaded glass. You can mean it two different ways. You can mean sometimes they refer to stained glass windows as leaded glass because the channel that holds the pieces of colored glass is made from lead, or you can be referring to crystal, which is a sparkly clear glass which has lead in it. They're both referred to by the name leaded glass. Crystal's a type of glass. Yes. The lead. These guys are all pretty experienced. Ben, 30 years. Gabe, 28 years. Sayuri, 17, 18 years. Probably not. Yeah, glass on the heated table. He wants to have some of the things to have little crusty growths on the side, and we'll take well, you can see on the stem of that there's a bunch of pieces that are melted on. Yes. We got the ball of glass hot and rolled it over it, and the little pieces we call them shards stuck to the surface. Don't know. We'll see. Yes. I don't know. Why would you want to see smoke? Prevent smoke? The furnaces run on natural gas. A natural gas flame doesn't produce any smoke. The torches are propane. That also, the propane from the torches doesn't produce any smoke. Sometimes some of our wooden tools flame up, and that produces a little smoke. Otherwise, I'm not sure exactly what your question is. Oh, okay. How do you make glass? Glass has three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Glass is mostly melted sand. We take sand and soda ash, which is a chemical which helps the sand to melt, and then the lime holds the whole thing together. We throw it in the furnace, we cook it overnight, and in the morning it all melts together and makes glass. It's going to be red. I only know it's red because they told me. All the colors are distorted by the heat. Red, especially, looks almost black when it's hot, and then when it cools off, it'll be a kind of a dark, transparent red. The sheets were made by hand, so they varied in thickness, and just common sense said, if you have one thick edge and a thin edge, put the thick edge down. So we're adding some more of these shards to sort of look like maybe something growing on this, like lichen or. We're preheating them on that hot plate and then getting the glass vase itself hot and sticking them on. We're taking the torches and doing two things. We're melting on the shards so they make sure they're firmly attached to the body of the vase. We're also keeping the punty, the glass wrapped around the end of the steel rod, warm so it doesn't crack. So every once in a while you'll see them take the torches and just heat up that connection between the vase and the metal rod. That's not to shape it, that's just to keep it warm and prevent it from cracking. And then on the top, they're using the torches to help melt on and secure the shards. Anybody have any questions? The top is the part sticking out. The bottom is the part now attached to the metal pipe. No, I think they might. I mean, it's supposed to stand on that little foot. Yes. Yeah, probably more for windows than anything else. Well, they make bottles. Bottles for wine. Oh no, no, they're all professional, except for the young lady in the white T-shirt. She's a high school student who's our intern. The rest of them are all professionals. Yes. Some of them are part timers, like uh, Ben, tall guy, and Gabe are full timers. Sayer is a part timer. Eric, tall guy in the gray shirt, part timer. I'm very bad at. I would guess maybe 18 pounds plus another 10 for the pipe. No, no. It feels like 80 or 90 because it's way out on the end. What? Oh, because we're going to do some stuff in the powder booth, which is that black booth just around the corner. And so this glory hole is just nearer. Each glory hole, each round one is a workstation. And that workstation is just a little nearer. Natural gas. 2,300. 2,300, not 4,300. Yes, steel melts around 27, 2,800. So if you look at the big screen, you can see our powder booth where we're sifting two kinds of things. We're sifting uh, powdered colored glass, and we're also sifting on a mixture called Scavo, which is meant to make the glass look kind of archaeological, like it was just dug up. So we're applying the scavo to the surface. We got a flour sister, and it's a proprietary mixture of chemicals, and it forms a kind of white, crusty surface that you see on these glasses. Has anybody got any questions? Do you guys have any questions? What? Okay. We're going to put some more stuff on the surface. Gabe's heating the surface up, and we're going to go around the corner to our powder booth, a little ventilated booth so we don't breathe the dust from the chemicals. Uh, I think we're getting close to being done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. We do not, but I would check Mr. Gregory's Instagram. Was probably the best place to look for it. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram for a second? Just quick. So that's what the furnace looks like inside. So the bottom half, there's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. The melted glass has the texture of honey. It's like a big pot of honey. We take the steel rod, we dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so when you blow, so we're getting ready to take the vase sculpture off the metal rod. If you look to your right, you'll see one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. The jacket and gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that glass to carry it to the annealer, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll cool it slowly over a day or so. Before we put it away, we want to get the heat as even as possible because the thin parts cool quicker, the thick parts hold the heat longer. So we want to kind of even it out. So when we're ready to take it off the metal rod, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Sayuri's ready with the silver jacket. We're dripping the water on the joint. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. Into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for our guest artist, Rogan Gregory, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sayuri Fukuda, Eden Gibbons, Gabe Feenan. Leave anybody out? Eric Wall. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in about an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch? Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're working with a guest artist, Rogan Gregory, the man in the fancy shirt at the center of the workshop. And he's working with our resident team of glassblowers here at the museum to make his sculptures. Mr. Gregory is not a glassblower by trade. He's more of a sculptor, but so everything that we're going to make today will be his design, but will be made by our resident team of glassblowers. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you a quick introduction to how glassblowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, that's Fahrenheit, in case it's 1150 Celsius, in case we have any people from other countries. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it in the molten glass. You see Gabe over there on the right as center. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in various forms. We buy it in little chips. We buy it in powders. We buy it in these bars. And if we're going to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. So we have a little video. Could we play color overlay? Show you how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we color the glass with that method, the color overlay, is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill up the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make any color at any time. So if you watch Sayuri in the black shirt and gray shorts, she's working over to the workbench on the left, and she just dipped her bubble into our big tank of clear glass, and now she's shaping it. The tool in her hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Sayuri will shape that up so it's nice and even. We'll let that cool and stiffen a bit, and then we'll put more glass over that. Does anybody have any questions so far? We're making, they see that chalk drawing on the floor? That's what we're making. We have a little video where you can hear Mr. Gregory talk about the influences on his work. Could we play the Gregory video?
In nature, there is a truth in the form. The rationale is what works best biologically. The way a tree grows is kind of where it finds the light. That's art. What to me is the human part, or the rational side, is a grid. There's a convention of what a design and furniture is supposed to look like. That is a more contemporary kind of notion. We live in a rectilinear world with flat surfaces, 2x4s and plywood and bricks like define every space. So when you see something that is curved or is asymmetrical, you know, it seems out of place almost, or unfamiliar. But I would argue that, you know, we evolved over hundreds of thousands of years with round and asymmetrical and biological biomorphic forms. There's a familiar feeling that you get, maybe even unconscious primitive mind resonance that I like to think the work has. It might set you at ease, or you know, you might get some emotional response from it. There's that early morning state between kind of sleep and wakefulness that is, you know, where you're almost there, but you're not quite thinking clearly. That's where I think good ideas come from. Elysian Dream is a collection of objects that are important to me. They're an evolution of my body of work so far. The palette, or lack thereof, that I choose is either I go dark or light. In nature, there is an evolutionary reason for color. and color is to attract attention. I'm not using that mechanism in my work. I encourage people to meditate on the form and the sculptural part of the object as opposed to the color. But when I make a table, you know, obviously you have to have a flat spot to put something because that's the convention, but the outline of it does not have to be. In fact, it's, to me, much easier to use if it's conformed to our bodies, which are not square. If it's a bed, you know, corners make no sense at all, because, you know, if you're in a place where you're trying to sleep or you're trying to relax, why would you have points or corners or edges? Architecture, and the reason we build houses, is to insulate us from the elements. In the past, it was fight nature. You know, we have to subdue it because it's scary. I feel the opposite. I feel like now we've come to this juncture where it's dangerous because we're living in this sterile, rectilinear environment. We need to accept nature. There's gonna be a newfound appreciation of just need to live the way we've been living for the past 300,000 years.
Does anybody have any questions? So we're starting the bubble for our next vase. It's going to look pretty much like that chalk drawing on the floor. We're going to add some shards of glass, some crushed glass to the outside, and we're going to sift on powdered colored glass to get a textured surface and some variations in color. Okay, why do they keep spraying water into the furnace? If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass in that big tank, if you spray water in there, you can pop the bubbles. Made out of highly resistant, high temperature ceramics, and so it's not affected by the glass. I mean, it is over time, but you know, 6 or 7 years, every 6 or 7 years we have to replace that ceramic. You know about our contest for kids? Yes. Anyone 12 or under, which I'm guessing he is. Um, no, I'm afraid not. Those days are over. But yeah, so it's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if he doesn't feel like drawing here, you can grab an entry form, do the drawing at home, and mail it in. Uh huh. There you go. Yeah. Yes. Hmm. We'll see. One of the glass blowers that's just coming out, Ben, the tall guy. There he is. Oh, nope. There he is with the hat. He was on Blown Away as he was a guest judge. That was him. A lot of those people are from around here. The contestants, we know a lot of them. Got a lull in. I don't know why you can't step up. Great, great guy. Mike is going to be taking it. So a little annoying that he's not they're rotating it to keep it on center. So every time, if you just stop, the glass drops down like that. It's not necessary as long as you're keeping the mass on center. No, as long as as long as you keep the thing on center, then you're good. Yeah, water. The the pad that they're using to shape the glass is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. Just regular everyday newspaper, folded up a bunch of times, and then kept wet. Yes. Um, you cool it. You let it cool till it's kind of hard. We don't we don't have thermometers. We don't measure those things. So if I was give you a number, it'd be totally made up. 1,437 degrees. So we're doing this all by eye. So right now they're letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to go into the tank and coat it with more glass. Each time we dip it into the tank and coat it, it's called taking a gather, Gather. So sometimes when we're talking about how big something is, we'll say it's one gather, two gathers, three gathers. the building, building's the same for everybody. Building is the same for everyone.
Oh, for everyone.
Yeah, you can't change the building right now. There's lots of different people come in, but what are you wondering about why the building is this shape?
I mean, music, because everyone, I feel with different person have the for to making the arts,
Yes.
the music change different.
Oh,
Like
the music.
yeah.
Oh, yes. Whoever the artist is gets, whoever the artist that we're working with gets to pick the music.
Okay. I didn't know it's the theme music or it's instrumental.
No, the guy with the hat and the fancy shirt,
Oh,
that's Rogan Gregory. That's our artist. The rest of these guys are part of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Good students. Um, so whoever, whatever artist is in here, they get to choose. This is very quiet for what we usually have.
and I can feel the music changes sometimes.
Yeah, it's up to the artist. We let the whoever's the guest gets to choose it.
That's it. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, the blue is the color that dampens Earth. But what you see is the inside of the oven is so hot that the bricks are glowing. So that's the color that's blue, yellow orange color. That's the glowing piece of glass color. When the glass, when we heat the glass up, it only stays soft for a very short amount of time, a minute or two. So we bring it to the workbench, do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go back to the round ovens, the glory holes, and we heat it up again, and then do some more work. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, making horseshoes or swords, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, back in the fire, soften it again. That's the same routine you see here. Our making a vase designed by our guest artist. If you stand up, you can see there's a chalk drawing on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
That's what we're making.
Oh. Is he doing the same thing here?
No, that's a different artist.
Okay.
It's called cane. We make rods of glass like this. It's called cane. And when we melt the rod into the glass, it becomes a stripe. And then we can twist it, make the stripe spiral around, put different patterns one over the other. But all the stripes are different colored pieces of glass. Could we put up picking up cane on a bubble? So if you look up on the big screen, we lay out a pattern of the rods of colored glass. Those are called cane. We roll a bubble over it. The little rods stick to the surface, and then we melt them in, and each rod becomes a stripe. Thanks, Cole. Well, this oven has the glass in it. This oven has no glass in it. Can we put up the furnace diagram? Yes, could we put up the furnace diagram? So you'll show you a picture. Cole? Maybe I won't show you a picture. Anyway, the one with the doors closed, that has the big tank of melted glass in it. The glory hole, the round ovens, they have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for softening the glass while we're working. So now Ben is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks. He's making a little neck, a narrow part for the neck of this vase. He's shaping it with a pad of wet newspaper. And the assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of Ben's arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. Okay, this bubble is green. It's a glass called aventurine. It's green and it has little sparkly bits in it. All glass, when it's hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When that cools down, you'll see the true color. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. While they're hot, turn them off, the orange glow disappears, and you see the true color of the burners. The glass always feels heavier than it is on a scale because it's way out in the end of that pole. So it's kind of like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. The leverage works against you. So, if it's 12 pounds of groceries would not be hard to deal with, but put it out on the end of a pole and it's a whole different story.
What is the purpose, the usage of that wooden panel?
You shield the arm of the glass blower from the heat.
To shield.
Yes.
Okay. So it's like lie on that panel so that
Yeah,
the arm
it's
is not
when
that
you
hot.
have it like an outdoor heater, it doesn't heat up the air, it heats up the first thing it strikes. Like if you're in an outdoor restaurant or in a construction site, you have a heater, the radiant heat heats whatever it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the glass and the arm, the paddle gets hot, but the arm doesn't.
Can, can the heat burn the wooden panel?
No, it's not. It's not. It doesn't usually burn them. No. Yep. Does anybody in this section have any questions? So now Ben is taking a tool called the jacks, those metal tongs, and he's squeezing the glass as his assistants turn the pipe, and he's shaping the foot of our vase. So that would be this section right here. Yes.
Why do they torch it before going in the glory hole?
Why do they torch it before going in the glory hole? If you heat up a section with a torch, when you put it in the glory hole, it doesn't dissipate. Both temperatures rise in tandem, so the part that you torch is still hotter than the rest of it when you come out. Okay, let's see. Um, let's see. Eden, our intern, she's probably 3 or 4 years of blowing glass. Ben, who's leading our team, 30 years. Gabe, seated to the left, 28 years. Sayuri over there, 17, 18 years. So these guys are serious professionals. Don't let their casual dress and youthful good looks fool you. Oh, 46 years. I haven't the slightest idea. There's a gallery that sells Mr. Gregory's work called R and Company, and you could look it up on that thing. Yeah, yeah. Are all the things in the gallery? No. We show glass from all over the world, all different styles, all different countries. Yeah. Some of the things we show are from our guest artists. Our guest artists leave one piece for the collection. So we have there's a section in the exhibits called Out of the Vault, and those things are all stuff that we had made here. But everything else could be from anywhere. How long does it take to cool? If you just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool in 30 minutes and it would break. If you want to keep it, You put it in one of these big black ovens, and you have to cool it slowly overnight. The thicker something is, the longer we take to cool it. Believe it or not, that bubble is green with little sparkles in it. Well, why do they keep turning it? Because the glass is softer than it looks. If they stop turning it, the glass would sag. They turn it to keep it on center, so it's continually falling on center. When you heat up the glass in the big round oven, it only stays soft for about a minute or two. So you bring it back to the workbench, do whatever shaping you can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, then you go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. The chalk drawing on the floor next to the steel table. Oh, I don't know. I would guess, my guess would be probably 3/16. We're going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, which will grab it from the bottom. We'll break it away from the original pipe, and then we'll work on the opposite end. Did someone lose their ID? David? Oh, I have a hard time reading the last name. David Turk? Is there a David Turk here? We found a driver's license. We have the whole wallet? Okay. So now, yes,
Is the glass now solid or hollow?
it's hollow.
If it's hollow, where is the place that air go in?
It's all the way down to the bottom.
Oh, all the way down to the bottom. So that's where they blow.
They blew up the bubble and they squeezed it and made the foot, but it's hollow all the way through.
Oh, I see. I didn't see them blow.
They made a big hollow bubble and they squeezed it and made the foot.
Thanks.
We put up how hot is it? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little chart. The white numbers are the Fahrenheit, the orange numbers are Celsius. If you look at the vase now, you have the far end where the foot is, you can see it's glowing orange. But the shoulder and the body of it is much less hot, and you see more of the green. That's the actual natural color. All glass, no matter what color it is going to look orange when it's hot, and when it cools, it returns to its natural color. So Mr. Gregory, Rogan Gregory, our guest artist, he wants to add some texture to the surface. So we're going to adhere the little chips of glass called shards to the surface. Hot glass sticks to hot glass, so we have to get the vase itself hot, And we've got to also make the glass that we want to adhere to it hot as well. So we're heating up the glass on the hot plate so that it'll stick to the surface of the vase. The glory holes are only on during the working day. So we turn them on an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. It's not as much as you would think because we're heating up a very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat your house might be 12,000 cubic feet of air. The interior of the furnace is about 12 cubic feet. So we're heating up 12 cubic feet to 2,000 degrees. In your house, you're heating up 12,000 cubic feet kind of balances out a little bit because we're heating up such a small space. Okay, are they constantly on? The glass furnaces, the ones that have the molten glass in them, those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones that they're working in and out of, those are only on during the working day. You'll notice that we're using two torches. One torch, we're heating up the parts of the glass we want to shape. The other torch is heating up the glass that's around the end of the metal pipe. The glass around the end of the metal pipe is called the moil, and if that's allowed to get too cold, that will crack. And by too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. So every once in a while, even though we're working on different parts, we have to make sure that the glass that's around the end of the pipe stays warm. Yes. Hold on, let me get close so I can hear you. we blow it, where we first dip it in the furnace several times to collect enough glass to make the thing, and then we blow it up like a balloon. Our glass is formulated to harden very slowly so that you can shape it by hand. The glass that goes into a bottle, like a wine bottle that goes to a factory, that's formulated to harden very quickly so that the machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Is crystal a different formulation? Yes. Crystal is a glass that contains between 25 and 35% lead. The lead makes the glass softer so it can easily be cut and polished. It also makes the glass denser, and the denser clear substance is, the more it bends light. So if you think of air, air doesn't sparkle. It's very thin. Water, water sparkles a little bit because it's thicker and it bends light more. A diamond, a diamond bends light, is very dense. It bends light a lot, and it breaks it up into those little rainbows. Yes.
Your artists are using gas jets. What did they use, say, 100 years ago before natural
Okay.
gas?
Our artists are using torches. What did they use before? Skill. They were better than we are. The torches make it very convenient. They allow you to direct the heat to a very specific place. Torches didn't come into the hot shop till the 1950s, and so the glass blowers before that were just really good. They managed to make stuff without using any torches.
Because I've seen them in Murano, I think it is, Venice.
Yes.
They're just still using charcoal, if that's possible.
They don't anymore. They were one of the last. They were one of the last people to change over from wood, but now they're all using natural gas like we do. And it was a big problem this last couple of years because of the war in Ukraine. So they used to use a lot. They used to buy a lot of gas from Russia, and they can't do that now. So the price has quadrupled what they're paying for their gas now. And hopefully someday that'll be settled and the price will come back down for them.
So before gas, they couldn't direct heat in a small area. They had to somehow work with a furnace.
Yep. So now we're going to sift some powdered colored glass onto the surface. We have to do that in a special ventilated booth, It's that black booth you see in the corner. Mr. Gregory wants to have a more textured surface, so we're going to create that by sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface and melting it on. Could we play the powder video?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
So if you look on the screen now, we have a camera inside our powder booth. We have a flour sifter. We just fill it up with powdered glass, like you're sifting powdered sugar onto a brownie. Yes. It won't be on the display in the museum. He's going to take the stuff home with him. If you want to see it when it's done, I would suggest looking at Mr. Gregory's Instagram page. Yes. It's his design. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, if you go and you see a Frank Lloyd Wright building, you go, oh, that's a beautiful building. That's Frank Lloyd Wright. Frank didn't build the building. He had, masons and sheetrock guys and plumbers. They build the building. But the name on the building is Frank Lloyd Wright. If you buy a Calvin Klein dress, Calvin doesn't sew the buttons on. Calvin did the design, and then seamstresses actually make the actual dress. we flip through Mr. Gregory's slides? I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, keep going. Keep going. There, stop right there. So these all these things he makes himself. He works in other materials, in clay, in gypsum, in bronze. He doesn't work in glass. When he makes a design for glass, he has to hire glass blowers to make that design. And we, in fact, he was telling me how strange it feels not to have his hand in it, because he usually makes all these things himself out of other materials. And he was telling me that it feels strange not to have his hand in it. So we're going to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So we've connected the punty to the bottom. We'll wait for that bond to stiffen up a little so when we break it off, it can support the weight. We'll give the pipe a tap. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Right now, they're just sort of making sure that the thing is on center. So now Ben, tall guy, is stretching out the glass at the very top. The glass at the top of the bubble is always a little thick, so we're going to stretch it out and trim some of that off. Oh, okay. We probably got another, I'd say another 20 minutes.
I heard the museum is closed at 5.
5, yeah. Probably have another 20 minutes on this.
Okay. But we still have the whole museum to see, or
Yes,
how long does it take for see the whole museum?
40 minutes.
Okay.
Depends on how quick you are. Some people just go breeze through it. Some people read all the labels. I would, I would stay till the end of this and then go.
Next.
It's not going to be that much longer.
Okay. Do you guys have anything? Just got here.
You know about our contact? Does anybody in this section have any questions? How hot is it? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 11. That's 1260 Celsius. Okay. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So we get a picture for you. So the glass furnaces look like that on the inside. So in each one of them, there's a tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass has the consistency of honey. When we start out, we take one of the steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit sticks to the end of the pipe. We blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If we're making something large like this, we blow it up, let it harden, let the bubble harden a bit, and then we dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time, until we have all the glass we need. So now Ben is taking the jacks and widening the opening. We're blowing into the front end. inflate the bubble a bit.
I haven't been torched. Been very close to being torched. I have been lit on fire.
Who lit you on fire?
Huh?
Who lit you on fire?
I mean, I kind of did. When I was a kid in the studio, like the pilot or the ranger was hanging up on a gas saver, and it was like, you know, you know how the flame is just barely there.
Sure. The man holding the torch in the black shirt, that's Ben Cobb. The man in the gray shirt is Eric Wall. The man holding the pipe is Gabe Feenan. The woman in the white t-shirt is Eden Gibbons. The woman in the black shirt and shorts is Sayuri Fukuda. And the man sitting on the steel table is our guest artist, Rogan Gregory. So everything we're making is his design. There we go. Thank you, Cole. Go back to the action. Once again, we're going to go over to our powder booth, which is around the corner, and we're going to sift on a mix of chemicals called scavo. And scavo will give it a kind of antique, crusty look, as if it was dug out in some archaeological dig. We get the powder booth. Does anybody have any questions? You all ready to go home and make your own? We get the powder booth camera.
Are they just all because they're different temperatures? The different ovens or kilns are all different temperatures. They're all
Two kinds of ovens that do completely different things.
okay, just two.
There's the glass furnaces. They have the big tanks of molten glass in them. Those are the ones with the doors closed. The round ones with the doors open are called glory holes. Have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glory holes are the same temperature. All the furnaces are the same temperature. The furnaces are on 24/7. The glory holes are only on during the working day.
Is that just to keep them warm, like hot? They stay going even though you're not using them, just because it's all.
Well, the glass would solidify in the big tank, and it would ruin the furnace.
Oh, I see.
Are the tanks just powered by natural gas? Is there
Natural gas and forced air.
and forced air? Okay.
Wow, that must have been some wood they had going back before
Oh,
natural
yeah.
gas. Wow, and bellows or whatever.
No bellows.
No bellows.
Just wood.
Just wood.
Wood doesn't get that hot though.
It does.
I thought wood could only get to about 1700 degrees Fahrenheit.
If you put a wood fire in an insulated envelope, you can reach these temperatures.
Oh wow.
Wow.
The temperatures that they use to fire ceramics are higher than the temperatures we're using here. People have been making ceramics long before they made glass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I thought they needed bellows or.
Yeah.
No
some
bellows.
air.
Okay.
Wow. Interesting. So what would be the first ovens then to make
Glass?
to no to make anything? Would be melts,
The first would probably be ceramics.
probably ceramics.
Yes, they're probably the oldest, and then there's the Bronze Age, and then the Iron Age.
So
They were making
ceramics
metal.
would be before
How
that.
far back does glass blowing go?
Glass blowing is about 2,000 years old.
Wow.
It started in the Middle East, where Syria and Lebanon is now. And the earliest glass blowing we know of dates back to about 50 to 75 BC.
Wow.
To find glass that old,
Well,
amazing.
it doesn't rot, it doesn't rust, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
it does break.
It does break.
But could you imagine being the one, it's like looking
Or a
around.
lot of
Yeah.
a lot of the ancient glass is found in tombs, so it was buried with wealthy people or princes,
Yeah.
and so it's just sitting there undisturbed for 1,000 years.
How much further do you think they've got to go taking this stuff?
I'd say another 10 to 15 minutes.
Oh, they're
Oh,
almost
they're
done.
almost done.
And then it goes into some chamber where it cools gradually.
Goes into the big black oven over there, and it has a little computerized thermostat that will slowly turn the temperature down overnight.
How long does it take overnight?
Usually for things like this, it's probably just overnight.
And this piece will stay here.
Nope.
Okay.
He will take home everything that we make for him, except for two pieces. One he'll donate to the permanent collection, and one we'll sell at our annual fundraising lot.
So it won't be available to see the finished product. We won't be able to see that.
We can get our teeth in.
I would say if you want to see it, the best place to look would be Mr. Gregory's Instagram.
Okay. Right. Well, thank you. That was really educational, and thank you for.
We see. So it's 4:20. We'll probably finish this around 4:30, and we might make something after that.
So the total amount of hours to make a vase like this, how long is this?
This one, I'd say 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh, okay. Really cool. Really fun. So you're a glass blower.
Used to be.
And it's quite a effort from a team to be.
It's definitely a team sport.
It is definitely a team sport. Yeah, I love it. Right. Beautiful. Thank you.
Over on the right, the far right, you'll see Eric. He's putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled over a day or so. The jacket and the gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that vase, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. So we're going to break the vase away from the punty, the steel rod, which is holding it now. We'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the punty and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. You're now dripping water on that joint. Eric stands ready to catch it if it comes off prematurely. A little tap, off it comes, and into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Rogan Gregory, our guest artist, and our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, Sayuri Fukuda, Eden Gibbons. Did I leave anybody out? Gabe Feenan. Ceramic fiber blanket. It's a modern replacement for asbestos.
Does it kind of hold the spot?
No, it's soft. Just keeps it from scratching against the brick floor.
But what I'm saying is the base itself is hard enough that that.
Oh yeah, we don't put it away till it's hard. We wait till it's cool enough so that it's hard.
But when you just put it in there, it's still pretty soft. Right?
No, hard.
It's hard enough. Okay, so it won't collapse.
We don't take it off till it's cool enough that the glass is hard. Then we put it in there. We get what's called batch, which is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients that come into the glass, and that comes from North Carolina, you know, a place called Spruce Pine Batch, and it's especially formulated for this hand type of glass blowing. We get it in 50-pound bags. It's a white powder. We shovel it into the furnace. We cook it overnight. All the chemicals melt together and make glass. Yes. Yes. It's just all the ingredients. Think of it like a cake mix. Those, so all the ingredients, all proportioned and stuff, and a formula which is good for this kind of glass blowing. We shovel it into the furnace, cook it overnight. All the chemicals melt together and make glass. We buy colored glass. We buy it from two companies in Germany. They have, I don't know, almost 200 colors. We buy it in bars. We buy it in little chips. We buy it in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the glass to be. Can we play color overlay? We have a little video show you how we apply the color. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
I have another question. Oh, sorry. That place in North Carolina where you get a lot of supplies, is it there because there's a certain geology that provides a particular type of quartz sand or
Sort of.
quarries? Or
I'm not sure. I think they get their sand from sand mines in North Carolina. But it's really there because guy Harvey Littleton, who is a big proponent of glass blowing. It's his family that started the company,
Okay.
and he lived in North Carolina.
Okay. But you
So
think there are quarries or sand mines there of the
yeah, but
appropriate
I mean,
type?
it could be from anywhere. It's mostly there because of Harvey.
Okay.
This guy Harvey Littleton
Littleton. Okay.
was one of the early glass blowers, and he was kind of a glass blower, not a businessman, and he started to make this batch and sell it.
Ah.
Any sand anywhere will make glass.
Yeah.
The whiter the sand is, the clearer the glass will be. Most ordinary beach sand has a little bit of iron in it,
Right.
gives it a slight brownish tinge, and that when you make glass out of that, the iron gives it the resulting glass a little greenish tinge, like the old Coke bottles.
Oh, okay.
That's from the iron content of the sand.
Oh, the iron does that. Okay.
Yeah, it's the chemistry of color is not as straightforward as paint. Paint, you get blue substance and you put it in oil, you got a blue paint.
Right.
But a lot of things like gold makes a beautiful ruby red glass.
Huh.
Obviously, gold doesn't look red.
Yeah.
When you melt it in glass, it makes a beautiful, rich, pinky ruby red.
Interesting.
You cook up glass with copper. If you cook it one way, you get turquoise. If you cook it a different way, it turns blood red.
Wow, blood red. How intriguing. I'm a retired geologist, and the great Indiana dunes were largely destroyed early in the 20th century by the Anchor-Hocking Glass Company.
Uh-huh, yeah.
They just mined the sand and
That
turned
is
it into
gone.
billions of bottles.
Yeah.
So a little bit of the dunes that's left is now a national seashore, and they're
Right.
but they can't preserve
I
it.
think they get I can't swear to it, but I think they get their sand from a sand mine in North Carolina.
Huh. Interesting. Cool. Well, thank you. Learned a lot. Fascinating. Fascinating.
It's cool stuff. There's a lot to know about it.
It's an ancient art. Yeah, I've been to Murano and
Murano,
watched
yep,
them work
that's-
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very. Of course, then they tried to sell you something afterwards.
Oh yeah.
But,
Yeah. No, I mean they started blowing there in around 1200 AD. The glass blowing started in the Middle East. It was spread to Europe and North Africa by the Roman Empire,
okay.
and then the the Venetians were kind of like the Halliburton for the Crusades.
Yes.
They were military contractors, and they participated in 1204 in the sack of Constantinople.
Okay.
And after that, they started having glass making in Venice.
So they were the
Whenever
big-
two countries go to war, they usually rub off on each other, even
Sure.
if they don't intend to.
Yeah.
And so that's when glass really picked up in Venice, was around 1200. So they sort of picked up that technology from the Middle East.
Yeah. I guess the Arabs, or at least somebody, the Ottomans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we think the earliest glass blowing was in the area where Syria and Lebanon is now,
Oh, okay.
and we can date it back to about 50, 75 BC.
Because there are mosques in towns around there that have incredible glass encrusted domes. So I'd assume that was
Locally made.
tradition. Yeah, tradition
Sure.
of that, using glass for decoration.
The glass that they originally made in Venice was made not from sand. It was made from quartz pebbles
Okay.
in the river Ticino, the mainland. It
Okay.
had quartz in the bed of the river,
Ah, coming down out of the Alps.
and that's what they made the first Venetian glass out of.
Huh. Interesting. And the quartz pebbles were probably very pure, clear quartz.
Yes, they were much
Yeah.
much purer. They would they would uh, they would melt it twice. They would melt it once, and then they'd skim off the impurities, and then melt it again. Let it cool, melt it again, and then they would use it.
Interesting. Yes. That's quartz. There's also a lot of limestone in the southern Alps and in the Dolomites. That's limestone as
Well,
opposed
they
to
use
quartz. But
the three main ingredients in glass is sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it.
okay.
Soda ash is sodium carbonate or sodium oxide,
Okay.
and it acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand.
Okay.
And then the lime is calcium carbonate, which would be dolomite lime,
Dolomite. Sure.
and that stabilizes the mixture chemically.
Ah. Okay.
So those are the three main ingredients. There's lots of little trace ones, but
Yeah.
um, yeah, I mean Venice, they had to import all their raw materials. They had none of the. They didn't have soda. They didn't have lime.
Sure.
Um, they didn't have sand. Everything was imported to Venice to make the glass. The thing
were
they
the
did
big-
have
Yeah.
was
They were the trading power
yes,
of the
that's
Mediterranean.
exactly.
Yeah. Ships and.
And they were basically middlemen between Europe and the Middle East
Yeah.
and Asia. And so they could make the glass, and they also had the mercantile network to sell it.
And I recently read a lot of their money came from pepper trade.
Mm-hmm.
They were the middlemen for pepper.
Yes, I mean they sold spices and cloth and all sorts of stuff from Asia that they didn't have in Europe.
Sure.
Um, they sold porcelain. They didn't get porcelain. The Europeans didn't figure out how to make porcelain until the 1700s.
Okay.
So all porcelain was imported from China by the Venetians.
A long trading route to
Yes.
get from Asia around all through who knows the Indian Ocean and across.
Also the Silk Road
Yeah.
through land as well.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Well, thank you.
Did you know that the first um, the first patent in the world was issued in Venice to protect the secrets of blacksmiths
Okay.
in 1474.
Huh.
It was kind of a semi-revolutionary thing because in those days wealth was land, cattle, slaves, gold. The idea of property as in ideas as property was pretty much thought up by the Venetians.
Having a value, the intellectual knowledge. Interesting. I need to get back to Venice. Go in the off season when it isn't too full of tourists.
There you go.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, it's been a while.
We all learned how to blow glass from the Venetians. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans.
Oh, okay.
So the way that we blow glass here is pretty much the way they blow glass in Venice because we learned from Venetians.
Okay. Interesting. 1979. All right. Thank you very
pig on his side.
Just want to give everybody the heads up. It's 4:52. Museum closes in 8 minutes. We're making a bowl called a suck bowl. We make a kind of hockey puck disc-shaped bubble, and then we'll heat up the front end and suck in, and that'll make the concave part of the bowl. Ladies and gentlemen, the museum is closing. I have to ask you, thank you for coming in. We don't want you to get locked in here. So thank you for coming. We'll see you next time.